Oop. All right. Hello, everybody. So I had a weird bug in Rhino, and I was the one being the weirdo. It wasn't really Rhino being the weirdo; it was me. But basically, I've started these templates 13 years ago in Rhino v4, and every time a new version of Rhino comes out, I might tweak some stuff and save it as a Rhino 5 file, and then tweak some stuff and save it as Rhino 6, and tweak some stuff and save it as Rhino 7. Apparently, that's become a problem because my file size started to explode in the last few weeks, where it'd be a 30 meg file and I'd say purge, save small, and it's a 200K file. So there's definitely something. I've had a million different plugins that I've used over the years, and plugins save data to your files. So I'm going to just unload any plugins that I might have loaded. I don't really use that many right now. Plugins that do not ship with Rhino. So I've got Code Listener for when I'm doing Python, and I've got Xnerbs, which I want to like, but I don't ever use it. So I'm going to unload all the plugins, and I'll restart Rhino here in a second. I also, let's just go ahead and do that, exit. I also need another copy of Rhino over here docked so I can see that. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to start with join copy, and I'll show you something that I just came up with called Magic Mirror, and then we'll update the blocks, and then we will update the template file. And then that's the file that when Rhino starts, that's the one we start using. And then after we update the template file, then we will do all the different templates. And so that's what I need another version of Rhino sitting over here for, so I can look at it and see all the stuff I have over there. So let's start up a copy of Rhino. And I'll create another copy of Rhino over here in the corner. And the shared geometry folder. That. Okay, park over there. And let's start off with using Rhino's new small objects millimeters. Okay, so this thing has been with me. I just keep renaming it and resaving it, and I've probably edited it 100 times because I'm always making slight changes and tweaks. But we will go to small objects millimeters and open that. And then I did go through, let me find my screenshots here. Something has happened to my folder structure where I can't see file names anymore. Tools, view options, view apply to folders. This is what I want all my folders to look like. Okay. So I did take some pictures of all my different settings. Okay, so I've got, this is things that I've done to my template file that I want to kind of persist. But let's go ahead and start with this layer structure. So I'm going to come over here to layers and just delete all of this. And the first layer will be layer 0, because that's where I put my finger rail and any other reference geometry. And I like that to be white, so it shows up. The next layer is how I move things from a construction plane to in situ. So around the finger or on a pendant, I always usually build out on little islands and then place it where it needs to be with something called layout. And we are going to have a new layer here that is the magic mirror. And I'll show you guys that in just a second. So the color for this, I'll just go ahead and make it black. And the magic mirror will be almost black, because if you make something black in Rhino, like completely black, it's actually kind of white. But if you make it almost black, like, there you go, that'll actually be black. Then we need for our base, and this, I call it base. Mike could come up with a different name for it, because this is our base plane to finger rail. And that I like to make a dark gray. And then under that, I think I want to start putting my stones over here into layout, because they're blocks, right? There's no geometry that I'm building. And let's make that kind of a light, well, we'll just make it a saturated pink, because under here I want a layer for the blocks themselves, and I want a layer for the spacers. So the blocks, we can make that white, and the spacers I want to make kind of a purplish color that stands out, that I can kind of see through things. And that should probably also be the same kind of purpley layer. Oh, under magic mirror, I need some sub layers. I was thinking about this last night. We have a grandpappy. We are going to have the children, and we are going to have guides. So the guides I want to make white, just like my layer 0 layer. The children can be a dark gray, and grandpappy can be black, but like actually black, so you can barely see it. And this will just make it easier, because we're going to do a lot of copy pasting with history, but we never want that grandpappy. We just want the children and the guides. Nothing else. Okay, after that, so that is pretty much it for layout. After that, we have the gem blocks are organized like this. There's a parent gem layer, and then there's the gem itself, which is a sub layer. And then I like to put the rail on a separate curve and kind of make it purpley. And then we have the meta, which is usually I don't like using vertex snaps. So what I do is I put a point at the table of a stone, the girdle, and then the culet. I like to have a point, so that way I can measure the distance and get an O snap from those meta points. And those I do make black all the way, so they show up as kind of white with a black outline. And rail is kind of purpley, and the gem itself is white, and the gems layer is white, so I can see that. After that, I have things to take away. So geometry I build that will be subtracted, I call those cutters. And geometry that I make that will build up, I call that geometry, or geo. And then I have another top level layer, and I used to call it work default, but I think it'd be more expressive if I call it working. So my working layer is where the things I'm building are, and then once they get built, they either will go to cutters or geometry, sometimes both. So for geometry, we can make this I like red, and for the cutters, I usually make that like a green, something like that. And then under cutters, we've got gems. And for the gems, we need actually, I'm just going to use my layer command, and I'm going to make this gems. So here, and I will recolor that to kind of a dark greenish. Well, it can start out green and then, you know, I'm going to make it a dark greenish because I like dark greenish a little bit better. Like that. And it ignores that. I remember. Okay. So it automatically added me this layer in. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that and move that up to cutters. And then layout, it should have added that automatically for me. But we are just going to use that. So our blocks are going to be based on these two and really nothing else. Okay, I think that is it for the layer structure for our template file. Let's go to the next thing. So I'm going to go to options here. And so these are the document properties. So whatever you change here, you're changing about the file itself. So the annotation style, I have, so this is the default for millimeter small, is to use the millimeter small annotation style. But I really do not like the default settings here. So we are going to, I'm just going to go through and change these to the settings that I normally use. 3.8, none, text, align, auto. And I was thinking maybe I should make this courier new. Courier new, because that will be on everybody's computer. And I think it'll be a better, I think this is courier new. But it's uniform line spacing. Each character takes up the same amount of space. We'll try it. If we don't like it, we can always change it. See, dimensions, above line, aligned, horizontal, 0, 1, 5. Baseline spacing 3, center mark 2.5, mark, period. And then for the arrows, we like the short arrows because we need all the space we can get when we're trying to do a pave layout and have little dimensions on all of our stones. And then length units, I don't think I have anything in here. 1.10, nada, 1.1, scale height 70, angular units, 0.10. Okay, I think that's it for that. So, document user text. This was funny when I was trying to figure out like why my file sizes were getting so big. The document user text, there was like entries from 2010, 2011, 2013, like different plugins had written junk into the document user text, and there was like hundreds of keys in here, which was kind of weird. So grid line count, I want 100. Minor grid line spacing every millimeter, major lines every 10, show grid lines, show grid axes, show world, snap spacing 1, hatch, nothing there, line types, nothing there. Location, let's see if I can figure out my location. I am, let's see, I am at 32.5 by negative 84.1. 9/7, so that's -85. There I am. All right. Mesh, I like jagged and faster, not smooth and slower. Notes, I don't have anything under render. I don't have anything... oh, but I do have it. I don't have anything under render, but I do have units. I use 0.1 for an absolute tolerance. 0.01 is just overkill. You know, when you consider that most like very good printers print at 30 micron voxels, that's 0.03 of a millimeter. So we are below the voxel size of a, you know, we're a third the size of the smallest voxel. A lot of people are going to 50 microns for voxel size because it still looks good and you can get a bigger. I'm switching from 30 microns to 50. My B9 core 530 that I've had for since 2017. Yeah, 2017 I got it. They want to do an electronics upgrade on it. So I said, okay. So I'm sending it off to get the electronics upgrade, and I'm going to opt to change it over to the 550 while it's there. So I get some more build size. All right. I think that's it for our settings that I've tweaked over the years. I would like to get my display ports the way I have them, and I have a button for that. So there's a read viewports from file that you can use, and I just have it on a button here to reset my views to the way I like it. Boom. That's the way I like it. Let's see. So now we kind of have this base setup. Let's see. Okay. So things that are in every file. Well, I'm going to make a line that goes from here to there. This is where I tell myself where to stop stones. Kind of like well, let me just rotate it in place. Let's see. I want to go -20 and mirror that over to the other side. And turn lock off, join, and set that onto layer 0. So if I have a stone here and the center of the stone is on this side of the line, okay, keep it. Center on the stone is on this side of the line, maybe I should get rid of it. But I don't like setting stones between the fingers. You can't see them because they are between the finger. You can see them in pictures. They look pretty on the internet, and that's how that all started. But it's kind of a waste of money to put stones past this point. It's also, you know, the further around the finger you go, the more dangerous it gets. Because you get all of the wear on the bottom of a ring. So those settings are going to get beat up and you're going to have stones falling out. So that is my guideline, 20 degrees off of, you know, the 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock position. And then we need a base surface. So I'm going to, let's do a finger rail. And I'm going to make it a size, I think I always made it like a size 5 and then scaled up. I don't care. We'll make it a size 7 to start with. So I'm going to grab this, and I use a 20 millimeter plane. So I'm going to grab this and rebuild it. I need this to be degree 3, and I think 16 points is, I can look at the old one here and see. what? And that is degree 3. So that has 20 points on it. I think 16 is fine. I don't know how many years ago I first built that cylinder, but we'll do 16. We can always change it. And then I want to see the curve seam. It's at the top. I want that to be at the bottom, so I'm going to rotate that around. Curve seams down at the bottom, going that way. Okay. So I'm going to take and move that back -10, mirror it to the other side, and then we're going to loft. And that's fine. And then I'm going to take those curves and delete them. Lock my layer 0 back. And this needs to go onto our base layer. So I'm going to grab this front edge and say, what is the length? And the length is 54.627. And what did I use over here? Nope. Length 48. Let's see. Put a point here. And let's see, we've got 10, 20. I'm going to array this. I want 15 in the X, 15 in the Y. Unit cell spacing 15, 15. Okay, like that. Select children and group. Okay. So there should be like one in the middle here. I'm going to move it from that point to 0. Oh, that is a fast update. Okay. I'm going to leave that like that. And we're going to go ahead and add in. So if you're not using these, I'm going to lock this. If you're not using these, I love having guides in a file. So I know that 10, 20, 30, this is where the center of that plane is going to go. So I want to snap one there. And then let's go ahead and make that plane. So I'm going to go off of there. Let's say we want it to be 55 by 20. Okay, that'll be our new plane size here. Okay. We'll throw that onto base. And now our base is pretty much done. I'll just lock it for now and we can finish adding in guides. So these guides are for the islands that I make. I usually like to have one here and one there for stone layouts. Okay. We need one there for the center of that plane. Let's go ahead and add one there. And we did every 15. Let's just add them all in. Oop. Not the right spot. Add one there. Add one there. We did that one. Guess I should hold down shift, huh? And then going the other way. Then we need to go and remove that misclick. And so we've got those, which I don't want them running this way through the file because I don't build islands in this center. I want to be able to see, you know, the base plane. But we do need one for the center line there. Okay, I like that. So I'm going to unlock those points. Unlock those points. And I think I'm done with them, so I'll delete those. Okay, we need the grandpappy for our magic mirror. So that is, and I'm going to explain magic mirror. I'm just setting up the file first. I'll explain this to you guys in just a second, but give me grid snap so I can get this negative 100, 100, and I want it to be a 1x1 plane. I want to put a dot in the center of it, and that is it. I'm going to group those two together, and I'm just going to throw this like 30 millimeters up in the air where it won't get in the way, and put that on grandpappy and lock it. Well, don't need to lock it because we're going to need to interact with it. Okay, so this is my new base template file. So I'm going to make it smile for a picture, and I'm going to say save as, and I'm going to move this off screen for the duration of this, but I'm going to be putting these into the shared folder and then uploading them to GitHub at the end of the day. So the last video I did about how to get my templates, all that will apply. It's just going to be, I'm just going to do it at the end of today and replace everything. So let's make it save small. And you know what? Let's make everything selectable in here. And I'm just going to run a history purge. Not that there's much history. I just want to do a history purge on it. And there was one object that had history, so I don't want anything. Template files don't support history, so I think that could possibly be some of the weirdness, as I kept trying to stick history into this template. It never worked, but I kept going and trying to figure out why, and that could be how I made Rhino bug out. So we're going to do another save small, and then we're going to come up here and say save as template. So I'm going to save it as a template file, save small, save, and then when I go to new, I'm going to say a new file. I'm going to grab that template and I'm going to say use this file from now on when Rhino starts. Okay, so I'm going to do that, click open, and sorry, 1 second. All right, so we got a template file going. This is kind of ground zero for starting over. Let's talk about some basics here. So the template file is done. That was number one, not. Let's talk about join copy and the magic mirror. So if you've seen any of my templates, you know that I use a lot of join copy. So I'll just turn this off for now, and we'll just go to a top view. So I create a polyline, and I usually start on one of these planes. I don't need grid snap right now. Don't need grid snap, but we're going to start on this plane, and then we'll do something like this. And then I can have uni axis symmetry or bi-axis symmetry. This will set this up for doing some bi-axis. So I'm going to mirror this all the way around. Okay, so now I have 4 separate curves. They're grouped. Ungroup them. Now I have 4 separate curves, but they have history. So if I edit this, it'll edit those. Then I take all of those, and the important thing with join copy. So join copy was added in Rhino 7, but there was some weirdness about that feature request. It got implemented twice, and the wrong one became like the wrong one is merge curve. That is not exactly the one that I wanted to use. And join copy is a kind of beta command. It's there. I keep seeing you guys that are watching the stream that are in chat, I keep seeing a little spinny thing on the YouTube. Is there enough bandwidth? Am I having bandwidth issues? Not having encoding issues. Okay. I just see the little animated spinning circle over here and out of the corner of my eye. So merge curve got added, but join copy is better, and join copy has bugs because it never got polished into a finished command, and I'm trying to make that a different story. But for now, you have to pre-select your curves before you call join copy. Join copy, and then what you'll have is a single curve that is all of those joined together. Without breaking history. So I have history lock on right now. Lock yes. Right down here. Lock children. So if I try and move this, it doesn't move. Okay. But the original parent here, and it's updating all of those. Okay. Hold on one second. Hey, I'm hearing... Greg, can you mute yourself until you're ready to talk? Because I'm getting feedback from your mic. I take it you don't have headphones on, which is fine. But if you can just mute it so I'm not hearing myself twice. Bad enough once. Okay. All right. So I'm going to grab the whole curve, and then I'll say curve through polyline. So this is curve through polyline and curve type control point. And if you want it to make a smooth curve, you do degree 5. And we don't want to delete the input. So this is what's on my command here. Like I have this set up. I can always... I have a chance here to change the degree, but I usually want them to be smooth curves. So I go with degree 5. So once I have that curve, now I have this one parent. Keep grabbing that. There's a reason I always okay, I want the parent to be over here. So I'm just going to rotate this off of 0. And because I did... There's a reason I try and build things in this corner or this corner, and it's so that the gumball doesn't get in the way. I want the gumball just not to be in the way. So now you have this great way of editing symmetric curves, and it's wonderful, and I love it. But if you pre-select your curves, everything goes fine-ish. If you post-select your curves, and what do I mean by post-select? Well, let's take this and delete it, and we'll take this guy and delete it. So we just have our 4, we've got 4 curves here, the parent and the children. So I'm going to call join copy, and I have lock children on here. So I can't break history. There's no way to break history, but this is post-select. So I've got join copy here. I grab these curves, and as soon as I make it to a closed curve, now I have, it ate those. Like you can't even, let me undo that. So this is the parent, this is the child. I'm going to hit the delete key on the keyboard. You cannot delete something with locked children on. It's impossible. That command eats it. All right, that's an issue that they need to fix. The other problem with join copy is that let's take and let's I was building that in top view, which is fine. So I'm going to take these and I'm going to copy and paste and move that down and paste and move that down and paste and move that down. Okay. So if I'm in this top corner and I turn these points on, and we can look at this in a couple of views so you can see it. So now I have all these curves and I can grab this and change it. And now all of these are updating. Okay. So I copy and pasted that quad, that biaxial symmetry that I had. We can pre-select all of them and say join copy. Okay, we get 4 closed curves. That's perfect. We select the new curves, select last. These are the 4 curves that we just created, and we say curve through polyline and degree 5 and control point and delete no. Okay, and now we go to loft this. So I'm going to say loft and try and do a loft through here. And if we go to natural, now natural is working. Made a liar out of me. This is usually how curve seam natural, and they are all in the same place. Okay. All right. Let's make it break then. I'm going to say loose loft natural seam. Make this loose. Tell it okay. And then over here is all of our parents. So we could rotate this if we wanted from here to here. And let's check our curve seams now, which I'm going to say they're fine because this didn't break. So the curve seam was here. We rotated 90 and it rotated by 180. So those all flip together, but it won't always be that way. Trust me, because this thing will just flip on you sometimes and you will be in pain. Will it flip when I want it to? No, because it's random. I can't randomly make something happen intentionally, but usually when I start doing weird edits, it'll flip the seam and it's not going to do it. Okay, well, I think I know why. Because I copy and pasted all of these. Let's do this. Delete those. Oh. Delete those, delete those. I'm going to grab all of these and do that same mirror that I copied and pasted before. I'm going to grab all of those and say join copy. I want to grab the last ones I just made and say curve through polyline. And then I'm going to grab those curves through polyline and say curve seam. And they're fine. Ungroup those so I can grab the parents and put them to a different quadrant. Let's put them back where they started and grab the last. Oh, it's grabbing everything now. Last is confused. Curve seam N, and they're fine. Okay. Usually this is how I break it. Today this is not how I break it. When will it flip? I don't know, but it could. I know it can because it does it to me all the time. But I did put in a sticky the other day, and I'm probably going to put this. So this is a macro that will quickly build this. That will quickly build a bunch of these in a row. So this is the parent, I think, at this point. Yes. So I want all of that and all of that gone. So these are the parents. You can quickly do these one by one. I've got it pegged out here with negative 100, 100 because that's where this magic mirror is. And that's what I'm going to be showing you. But you can quickly go through and build a bunch of these. You can say pause, and I can say pause and pause. So this is set up for uni axis. I want to turn. We'll just delete those. Continue curve. And we'll just go from there to there. Okay. And set that Z to, set that Y to there. Set that Y to there. Something like this. We'll make both of those have the same X. And make both of those have the same X. Okay. What I need for the magic mirror is the problem with doing joined copy this way, where you have either one axis or two axes of symmetry, is I'm just going to have one for this example, but this works fine as long as I keep it on an X of 0. As long as the X is 0, this works. But the second I bring it over here, that breaks the joined copy. And I don't like having that limitation on here. So what I'm going to, that's where I came up with the idea for the magic mirror. I'm going to take and make a 1 by 1 and put a point in the center, and then have a curve like this. So this point and this curve, those are going to go onto the magic mirror guides. That is going to go onto the magic mirror children, and I'm going to group all of this together. And I generally have it, I found this is the best way to do it, where, you know, if this is a shank, this is the bottom of the shank, you kind of want to see this mirror plane. Okay. We're going to ungroup that and delete that. And now we're going to say, I want to flow this rigid. Okay. So flow rigid from this plane to this plane. Okay, we got it over here. Now over here we do the mirror. Over here we do this macro. So I'm going to make that back to using that and hit play. Hit play. Select objects to mirror. So made it through here. I guess I can step through it. So we'll do the first part. I know it made it to here. Okay. Select last. Curve through polyline. And select the base surface. We want to flow rigid from there back to there. And that wasn't a very good way of teaching, just running through and doing this, but I mirrored this across. I did my joined copy, and then I did curve through polyline, and I flow this rigid from the granddaddy magic mirror plane back to this one. Now this can be anywhere we want it to be. We can get it out of the way. We can stick it way up here out of the way and just kind of have that visual look for it. But all we're seeing here is the parent and the child, and all of this in between. Let's put that into a group. All of that in between is hidden over here. We'll never see it. It's, you know, it's way out there in the fringe. So out of sight, out of mind. You guys feel good with that? Grab some water here. Okay. So I'm going to assume you guys are good with that. I'm looking at chat. Nobody's chatting. So now with this, we can move it wherever we want it to go. And as long as these guides, as long as these endpoints remain on that guideline, history will continue to update. So we can literally put these anywhere in a file. Okay. Very, very useful. Very nice to have. So let's... I'm going to put this back down on Z. Because I kind of like it here. I would have this, you know, locked so I didn't accidentally edit it. But if I ever want to move this to a new place in the file, I would just unlock it and then I can move the whole thing. What is the length on this curve? I want it to be a nice even number, like 20. And then move this from there to there. And let's get this a little straightened up here, like we had it originally. Set that to the same X. Set that to the same X. Okay. So now I want to grab all of this and let's stand it up. And spin it this way and move this to one of our construction planes. Get project on. Okay. And then I'm going to grab all of this. I'm going to lock Grandpappy because I'm kind of done with him for now. Grab all of that. I group that? Yes, I group that. Okay. I'm going to copy and paste. And I'm going to drag that down -15 to the next island. And for this one, I want to scale this down by like half. That way I can tell them apart up here. Okay. So I want that curve. I'm going to delete it. And I want that curve and I want to delete it. And then I want to find the join copy curve and do another curve through polyline, but this time make it degree 3. Okay. And now this, unlock Grandpappy, this flow back rigid from there to there. And this add to group, that group. All right, now I want both of those and both of those. I'm going to copy and paste and move these down -30. And grab children, select children, children, hide. So now I'm working with these two. For this, so that was my uni-axis of symmetry. These I want to make bi-axis. So to make these bi-axis, I will move them down. Grab both of these, drop them down by 10, -10. We make a new line from middle. And I want that to be 10. And do another line there. And I want that to be 10. And so we can say both of those are going to go onto the guides layer. And then this add to group this add to group that. Okay. So now we're going to build this curve. Let's see. Let's just make the left viewport big. I'm going to say select parents. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I'm just going to grab both of those curves and delete them for now. Okay, and I want to move this down from like the midpoint to there. And let's see. Let's delete those 2 points. and set that Z to there. And do the same thing over here. Move midpoint down, grab the top two, delete, set Z to here. Okay, and then over in our Grandpappy section, I'm going to get rid of these curves. And ungroup both of these, ungroup. So that is the parent, that is the parent. Those, that gets deleted, and we'll just redo it here. So I want to mirror there to there, mirror there to there, and then we'll take this one and say join copy, and we'll take this one and say join copy. And so that curve, we're going to say curve through polyline degree 5. And that curve, we're going to say curve through polyline degree 3. And this will group, well, let's flow them back. And then I'll group them. This flow rigid from there to there, that's our degree 3. This flow rigid from there to there, that's our degree 5. And now we can just group these so they're easier to deal with. Okay, so we have uni-axis, degree 3 and 5. We have bi-axis, degree 5 and 3. Now we just kind of need that quad symmetry one, which I'm going to grab both of those, select children, 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 children. Copy, paste, and we're going to grab these, turn them that way. Let's rotate them. Snapped on something. I didn't mean to. Let's rotate them down to the ground plane. And let's move each of them to their own little island. So I'm going to move this. Let's see. There's a good spot for that one. And I'm just thinking about when I need quad axis symmetry, 4 lines of symmetry. It's generally for a stone or something, and I've got it laying down rather than a shank or I don't know. I just envision myself always using it from this top view. So we need to add a couple more lines here. So I'm going to take this line. Let's, you know what? I copied all the children over, but I probably should just delete them. Select children, 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 delete, and just start over here. Ungroup both of those, delete. Let's do a polar array. I want 4 axes of symmetry, and it needs to go from here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that gives us 4 axes of symmetry. Okay. I'll just delete that whole thing. Now I don't want history on this polar array because I might move it and then, so I'm going to go ahead and purge history from this. Purge history, or history purge. I do not recommend anybody use history purge unless they're absolutely sure, and I was absolutely sure on that one. It's better to break history in some other way. but we'll group that, and I'll copy, paste, and make another copy over here. Right there. Okay, so now I am wanting to do a polyline that goes from like here to there. And copy, paste, and move that from here to there. And I'm going to scale this by half just so it's easier to find the degree 3 one. So I'm going to say scale by half and take that down to there. Now, flow rigid from this plane to that plane, and flow rigid from that plane to that plane. So we can hide all of this stuff for now. And I can go about, I'll turn off this so it doesn't get in the, well, I kind of, you know what, that point, nah. I'll just lock it. Okay. So now I need 4 axes of symmetry. So the first axis is here. Boom. And then, oop. Okay. So join copy. Oh, I thought I selected it. Not that one. Join copy. What's going on here? I select this. Okay, that was weird. So I can come over to my macro and just do degree, select last from the rest of this script. We got to unlock that from there. Oh, that I did it wrong. Doggone it. Undo, undo. This is our degree 3 one. Do that. Oh, and because I undid it, forgot who select last was. Oh boy, one of those days. Okay, now we're going from there to the degree 3 one. And we can take all of this and group it and hide it. Now we can take this one and do join copy degree 5. What? It's going from there to there. And that was degree 5. Okay. So now I want to lock Grandpappy and start exporting these out into templates. So I want to grab this and say select children, 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 children. I've got all of that. And I will say export. And this is our Rhino 7 join copy biaxial degree 5. Grab the next one, select children over and over and over again until we get all of them, and then we go to export. This is join copy uniaxial degree 3. I did bi for the first one. Uniaxial degree 3. I need to do that again. Select children, export, join copy uniaxial degree 5. Okay, this one. Select children, 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 children. Export. This is biaxial degree 5. This one, Select children, children, children. And that goes on to, oops. Select children. Export. Biaxial degree 3. 2 axes degree 3. Okay, and this one, select children, children, children. Export this as join copy quad degree 5. And this one, select children, children, children. Export quad degree 3. All right, and let me get a file explorer here. Okay, so here's what we have built so far, and this is that shared folder that I'm going to be putting up to GitHub for you guys. But we have the template, and then we have all of these made fresh in a Rhino 7 template with very tiny file sizes. Look at that. It's not 30 meg. Amazing. Okay. I think this is a... one more thing. Whenever I'm doing these template files, in case something didn't work, I like to save small as... I call it R7 whip. If I did not export those out in the proper way, I give myself a whip here, just kind of like a scratch pad. There's generally nothing in it other than the leftover remnants of the last template I was working on. I try and be very careful about saving these out. Saving these out where they'll be useful. Okay. So now I did that. I'm going to do a new file, and this is use this file when Rhino starts, this new one that we created from scratch. And let's look at our old templates. I'm going to move this up here. So I can no longer see chat. I'm sorry, but I've got a lot of stuff going on. Should we do the shank first? You know what? I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Just use the restroom. And then I guess we'll start with the shank template. We can knock out the 3 shanks, the shank, shank full, and shank open. So let's do that. I'm going to use the restroom. Back in 5 minutes. All right. So, why don't we... I said we were going to do the shank first, but I was just looking at my template files here, and I decided I want to do a comfort fit shank because comfort fit shanks are fun. So I'm going to put my old file on a monitor that you guys can't see, and I'm going to grab the construction curves for it. And over here, I need a macro because I don't want to bring in any old geometry, not even for reference. Grab that curve and copy, break history. No. Paste, break history on the pasted one, and then cut and paste. Okay. Oh, layer 0 is not locked on my template file. That needs to be fixed. I'm just going to move this from like there to there. And I'm going to go over my templates, and I need uniaxial degree 3 symmetry. So I'm going to bring that file in, and this guy needs to move from that guideline to that guideline. And I come over here to my left view, and we can just lock magic mirror for now. So we want it to be like yay tall. We want this to be yay wide. I guess my default is an 8mm wide one. So set Y to there. And let's set that move from the midpoint on this line to be between the top and the bottom. Okay. And then we can say insert control point. And I want to do mid right there and there and there. Let's just see how that does. All right. I mean, this curve doesn't really mean anything. The one I brought in, it was just a guide. I know that I kind of like that for a comfort fit rail that I can just, take to any finger size really quickly. So I kind of want to be faithful to it, but I don't need to be stupid faithful to it. Let's insert control point because I do like to have kind of a flat end over here. This is the midpoint of our width. Scale that down a little bit and back this off or bring it over. All right, that was the original. Just go ahead and delete that. And so now we have this one. So I'm going to go to perspective here, and we'll just say, let's make a layer, and we'll call this shank comfort. That was the shank layer that we just brought in. So shank comfort, I like to make that color for my shanks red. And this is our curve. This is our control. This is our junk. And then when we flow this rigid from, is that locked? From there to there. Oh, we got to fix this. We got to fix our default file. I never checked this. Okay, so what you've got going on here, you can see this pink line is going this way and this pink line is going that way. So our surfaces don't match. On my flows, I tell it no auto adjust. Okay. Auto adjust is great if you're doing one shots. If you're going from one surface to another surface one time, sure, click in the right corner and you know, it's fine. I generally use my layout surfaces multiple times, and I don't want to have to sit there and click and make sure I get in this corner and then make sure I grab this down here in this corner. So I just have auto adjust no, and I set these up to match each other in the beginning. And that is something I did not do. So to fix this, you type dir. Okay. And now it's showing me right now that the mode is on flip normal, and they are both pointing in the same direction. The next mode is, do I want to swap the UVs? Well, this violet color is V, and this U color is ugly. This ugly color is U, and they're going different ways. So yes, I want to swap U and V. So I just click the surface, and now you can see that pink is going this way and ugly is going that way. Next mode. Do you want to flip the U? And these U's are in the same direction. So I do not want to flip the U. And now we've got, actually this guy, your direction should be going that way and that way, starting from down here, going over and over. So I'm going to change that one. But generally it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want. Generally one of these is going to have history and the other one isn't. So you change the one that doesn't have history, you know, it's the parent one, so that your child one you can maintain history on. But I do that, and then boom, that is now facing the right direction. Okay. So we need to fix that in our template file. And then, million ways to do this. I personally like polar for this, but I can take and extract a curve out of the center there, and now I got to sweep one, right? I think I want to do polar, no, what is it called? Revolve. I think I want to do a revolve and make this part of the control curve. Why? I think I might do something different with it one day, and it would help if it was a revolve instead of a sweep. So then I can, you know, divorce this from this finger. What would I do with it? I don't know. Something. Revolve. That's our curve to revolve. And then if you grab the end of this curve and the start of this curve, this is now part of the history, like so. So that is a very small comfort fit shank, and when we change the finger size, it will update easy peasy. So that is going to go onto our surf layer. And now I am in a pickle. I am in a pickle because my, well, I didn't change the object ID, so that's the same ID as in the, Okay, so this now becomes my whip layer, or my whip file. So I'm going to do save as. I'm going to do whip 2 just in case I messed up on one of these guys. I want to try them all before I get rid of. So actually, we'll change the name on this whip dot join copies. And this can be the new whip because once I make sure that it's saved and everything's okay, then we're done. I don't need that anymore. Okay. So basically, I do not want okay, I've got it saved out as whip. I'm going to go ahead and delete all that stuff we just made because I've got to change the base template first. So I'm going to delete that. Yes to all. I'm going to delete that. Make sure everything in the file is turned on here. Delete this excess stuff. Layer 0 is locked. That is fine if, well, I don't want that expanded when a file first opens. Actually, might just turn it off altogether. Base, stones, block spacers. I feel like there's supposed to be one more here. Oh, anyway. Okay, so do a sanity check, expand sublayers. And I really need to make a script for this. Show all, unlock all. So I should have a point, 2 planes, a surface, and a curve. 1 point, 1 curve, 3 surfaces. 1, 2, 3, 1 point, 1 curve. Okay. History purge. Okay, there was no history to purge because that was already there. Set up my layers how I want them to be when you first open a file. Minimize, minimize, minimize. And we're on the working layer. Save as. And this is our template file. I want to save small. Yes. File, save as template. Yes. Okay. Now I'm going to open that whip. And do the opposite. I'm going to take and turn lock children off. That can go away. This and this can go away. Grandpappy can go away. So this is all we're left with. Purge. Okay, and we don't want to see junk. Curves can be locked. All right, make it small for a picture. Save small. Damn it, I overrode whip. Save as. I need to make a button up here so I quit typing the wrong save. This is shank.comfort. All right, well, I overrode my whip, so I hope this works. But I bring this file in, import file, scale this, it updates, grab this, it updates, huzzah, undo, undo, undo. Now I'm comfortable deleting that whip because I brought it in and made sure that everything worked again. Okay, one down. I think we should do. I said we were going to do. I think we should do blocks. And I've been thinking about this a lot since last night. In the blocks, I use a mesh for the gem. What if I use a poly surface for the gems? Like, why are gems meshes? Somebody started that at some point, but is there any reason for it whatsoever? I can't think of any. All I know is that when you flip a block that has a mesh in it, the mesh appears inside when you mirror a block across a plane. But somebody think of something? Greg, I can hear myself. Did you want to say something? Yeah. Okay. So, Greg, mute YouTube and listen through the Discord party chat, and I think that will help. Yeah. Okay. So it's weird. Uh, for people just watching the stream, I have like you're welcome to join the party chat. It's muted on stream unless like we start talking about something and then we can bring it on. But uh, Greg doesn't have headphones and he's listening on YouTube, so there's like a 10-second delay between when I talk to him and when he replies back. So we're trying to figure it out. But Greg is a gem cutter and he has GemCAD and he makes meshes that he brings into Rhino, and he's saying he always turns them into poly surfaces. I don't see any reason why. I don't know why they started as meshes. Like, this is a historical thing that comes from, I guess, very early on in like Matrix's existence, where they just did all the gems as meshes, or maybe it came from GemCAD, because Greg was saying that he does convert meshes to poly surfaces, and that makes sense. So maybe they're coming from that way. And go ahead. No. So what blocks do is they allow you only to have you can have 1,000 instances of a block in a file, but it's actually only storing one copy of it. So those 1,000 instances are what they call an X form. It is a translation from where that block was created to where it exists now. So that X form will contain a move, a rotate, and a scale. So it's moved from a base point to another point, it's rotated, and then it's scaled, and it's like a matrix transformation. So all they're storing is like a set of 9 numbers instead of defining everything that's in the block over and over and over again in a file. Rhino has a weird thing about mirroring blocks. Whenever you mirror a block, it flips all the normals. So when you go to 3D Coat and you have, I'll show you the exact problem. Let's go to a front view here, and I'm just going to put and Anaz learned about this problem the other day. When you have a block, okay, and you put it like that, and then you mirror it across. This is a block, not a a Rhino block, not a cube block. But when you mirror a block around, it mirrors the normal. So right now in regular Rhino, the direction on these are all pointing out. Okay. But Rhino flipped all of these normals to not be the opposite of these normals, like point inside. They're all pointing outside. You can't even flip a closed surface. If you export this to 3D Coat, a block that was mirrored and now overlaps, you're going to have a big hole right here. Basically, front. Basically, this entire overlap will be missing from the voxel because this says I'm negative space and this says I'm positive space. And what 3D Coat says is, well, negative and positive makes nothing. If it's left with negative space, it's like, how do you have negative space? Well, who's dumb enough to make an a closed STL file where the inside is the outside? And so it'll go, okay, somebody made a mistake, and they'll flip this. So you get this part of it. You'll get this part of it, but the overlap, it'll cancel it out. Just a fun fact about Rhino and blocks. That bug goes back to the beginning of Rhino, and it's still logged in the system as something to be fixed one day. Not a big problem unless you overlap when you go to 3D Coat, which is rare. But that happens with polysurfs or meshes, so it's the same thing. And I kind of understand it because a block only stores that X form. So when it gets mirrored, there's not a chance for them to automatically, flip all those normals. That would be changing the geometry. They're reusing the geometry from, where it was created. So then they have to flip those normals in their head, except they forget, like on half the commands, like export, to do that that second flip. Okay. I'm going to start opening up blocks in my other monitor. And should we start with our most used, the thread set? Okay. So what I'm going to set up over here for this, let's see. We do not need any of that, so I'm going to hit delete. And then I kind of want my layer structure to be here for bringing these blocks over. So to avoid using anything that's in this file, I think I can use the curves. I just don't know what the rules are. I mean, nobody's ever had this problem but me. So what if I just bring the curves, copy those curves to the clipboard, paste them, and then move them somewhere else. So now I'm using like not. Okay, so Greg, since you have, how are you converting your meshes to polysurfs? Is that a command in Rhino that I don't know about? Uh-huh. Okay. Uh, oh, sure. But on Melly, I kind of like having a faceted girdle. Because okay, so I should have unmuted you so everybody else could hear. But they're welcome to join the Discord and be in this conversation. But I was explaining this to a Nas the other day. So if you have a round girdle, it's like this. I'm gonna cheat and do rebuild three. Oh, doggone it, 32. Not, and then extract control polygon. So your gem is either going to have a faceted girdle where it's just a collection of straight edges, or you're going to have a round girdle. And I'm going to break history on these. So if you have a hole this size and you go to set this size stone in it, it's not going to work. Like, it's just not going to happen. You can push as much as you want, but this faceted edge is bigger than this round hole that you did with a ball burr. But if your hole is, am I on 0? Yep. Okay. If your hole is like this, then you can take a brass rod and push this stone into the hole, and this facet edge will cut into the metal just this tiny little sliver. And you can take a brass rod and literally beat this stone into the hole, and it's never coming out of that hole again. You have really set this without ever pushing metal over the girdle. It's just the girdle has a perfect fit into that opening, and that is a very secure way of setting Diamond Melee. And Diamond Melee is tough enough that with brass, if you put a steel rod in a hammer piece, and go to push on a diamond, you're going to shatter that diamond. But brass will deform and make kind of like a perfect mold on top of your diamond melee. It'll cut its way into the seat, and it is never coming out of there. You will never lose a stone set like that. But what Greg was talking about, something like a tanzanite, you don't want. I mean, you look at a tanzanite funny, you let it fall off your bench pin and land on your bench pan, and you have a steel bench pan, that tanzanite is broken. Like, you cannot have a facet on that girdle and exert pressure on it. It has to be round so that you don't have a pressure point when you're setting that stone. So some stones are fine having a faceted girdle. Diamonds, red, blue, and white. That's your safe. Your green, you want a smooth girdle. You don't want to have a pressure point on something that is liable to fracture on you. So that's what we were talking about. And for what we're doing, faceted girdle is fine by me, because, well, it's just for the CAD. It's not really for anything else. Greg is cutting stone, so he wants to have, GemCAD is telling him the angles, and he does the stone in GemCAD and then can dial it in on the, I don't know what you guys call your machine, but it's a hone with a indexer, a faceter. But that indexer, he gets a CAD version of it, but the real thing for him is the numbers, the index of the cuts that need to be made. Okay, so I'm gonna delete that, and I don't want to bring in a bunch of stuff from the old file. I'm gonna bring in just what I need, because I don't know where this bug is, and so I'm going to make this shaded, and we're going to move that. And I will do a vertex snap for this because everything is out of place at the moment. And I will move that. I need to see more. Would you like to know more? Okay. So I'm going to isolate this. What? Isolate, not hide. And for me, I think the easiest thing to do is to make kind of, I'll put in a line here. I'm going to turn the points on for this and go to my ghosted view. Actually, I'm going to need shaded because I need to see a little bit. So pretty much all of these points can go away. Nope, I need that point. These points can all go away. I need that point. Alt and grab these and delete. Oh, damn it, did I really click the wrong button? Can I go select last? Oh, the misclicks. Delete. Okay, that point can go away. So I need that facet, that facet. We've got quad symmetry here. I could really go up to here and get rid of all of these. That one can go. Those can go. Let's nip at it, and so we don't get too aggressive. We need this facet. That facet we don't need. Oh, yes we do. Because that is a top facet. Okay, so this is our first plane. So I can say, does dupe edge work on meshes? It does. Look at that. I'm going to figure this out because I don't know how I feel about that one yet. Okay, so for this one, curve, curve, curve. And I'm going to need more views here. Surface through planar curves. And then this one, I'm going to turn points off. That one, surface through planar curves. This one, surface through planar. Oop. Surface through planar curves. Surface through planar. Surface through planar. Okay. So I did need dupe edge. And I don't think these are planar. What I'm going to do is just draw a line from there, make sure project is off to there, and there to there. And surface from planar. And then we can take and mirror that from here through there. Then I can turn lock history off and scale this 3D from this point to get it to overextend the edge. And then I'll figure out were these actually planar. They might have been. Let's see if I can take those, not that one. There's no history on it, and say trim that. Okay. Select curves. Oh, select curves. Oh, I had lock children off. That worked. Usually when you trim, but it didn't even take the scale. Okay. Mirror from there to there. All right. Select surf, join. Okay, so these are all flat surfaces. Now for the bottom. Do I have a point already marking the bottom? I do. So let's dupe edge. And we need this. Actually, we'll just do one side of this and copy it over. Mirror it. And then I'll do another straight line like I did for the top version of this from there to there. Okay, so that, and that, planar surf, that, that, and that, planar surf. This surface can mirror off of there to there, and something's wrong. Those two are not lining up. So I'm done with the mesh at this point. I've got everything I need. It's just not lined up as nicely as I'd like it. Grab these curves. Okay, so I've got this 1 point. I want to set the XY on that to 0. Make sure it is on 0 and it's not a little bit off. And then I'm going to lock that. Then I'm going to turn these guys' points on. Points. Grab that point, set it XY to 0. Okay. Now I need, let's see, there's going to be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. There's only 4 of these facets. Mirror this to the other side. That point on. I want to move it out of the block off. Move it out of the way. And then make sure this point set X, Y, and Z to there. Surf. Planar surf. Okay, and select curves and delete. So now I just have 2 surfaces left. This one I need to scale 3D from here and turn on the top surface and grab these edges and extrude them down. That needs to mirror, well, actually all of these. You know what, let's go ahead and fit this up and then we'll mirror it through. So I'm going to grab these guys, say trim that, and then grab him and say trim those. Join that together. So we need 1, 2. I'm going to explode this. And we're going to take and join that together. Delete that. And mirror. Then take that and say, there's more of these, aren't there, Greg? What is it, 6? Let's try 6. Center, 6. Eight of them. There's 8 of them. That sounds right. Okay. We'll join all of that together. And array polar 0, 8, 360. There's those. These guys, are these all the same? Let's try that. Array, delete that. Array polar 0, 8. So all of those. And then we have 8 of these. Okay. That's downloading. But I mean, I think I have it. If I sub-object select these and then say planar surf, yeah, because it's not a mesh anymore. I can just cap it. So what I'm going to do is explode everything. Shrink, trim surfaces. Let me grab. Oh, I need like 8 more monitors to do all this at the same time. Okay, so that has now on Melly they do have, if I'm not wrong, they do have these like subcuts. Do they not? So yours, the girdle is not as coarsely faceted. Let me scale. Uh, not on the Melly I buy. So this is, I think I'd have to. I have a microscope. I have diamonds and gemstones and whatnot. Yeah, yes, they're incredibly tiny, but I buy Russian cuts for stock, so um, that's usually what I have. It's a bunch of little stones that I just put them somewhere right here. Three desks, one for each of the things that I do, and not have try and do everything from one desk. These are Russian cuts. One, I don't know if you can hear me. This 1.1 Russian cut is, it looks round with the amount of magnification I have, but I feel like it's, how is it really round or is it just a bunch of little chatter? Right. Right. Okay. Well, I think I'm just going to use this, what I have, um, because it's, as long as my, because some people are going to want to render. I strongly advise you not to render, but some people are going to want to render. Um, like if you want to render jewelry, like it will take you just as long to get the render, probably more than it did to make the model. And the model that you make has to be for rendering, not for production, because you want the prongs to look like the prongs are set. You want, you know, bead pave. You've got to do all that little metal work that would have been done with a graver in the CAD file, or else you get into an uncanny valley territory. So I get, I show this to customers. Pick one randomly through here. Thing out of 3D coat. This is what I show to customers. I give them a plastic render, cartoon render. So cartoon is a category of computer rendering where it's intentionally looks fake. And I do that because it makes them use their imagination more. When you give them something that looks like gold and stones that look like the real stones, but then you don't do the metal work, like this channel gets cut out. This fishtail, he's going to take a graver and split this metal from side to side and bead it over, and then put a little mark down here so it looks like a fish's tail, a fishtail setting. Unless you're doing all of that in your CAD, which then it's not, your setter can't use it because there's not enough metal there. You've cut it all away. You leave this metal here for him to cut away in a production model, but you've got to cut all that metal that he would and then shape it the way he would to get a good render that's photorealistic. Short of that, doing this, people look at it and go, that's not quite right. And you get into this uncanny valley where the closer you make it to looking real without it being real, the more it makes them nervous, the more anxiety it causes in a customer. Where you show them this, they can't see what the finished product is going to be, but it forces them to use their imagination to think, is this the layout that I want? Because that's all I'm concerned about. Are you sure this is the kind of layout that you want for your ring? If this is the kind of layout you want, and I've talked to you a bunch of times and know kind of what you're looking for, if I feel good about it and you feel good about it, then we go on to the finished thing. And if they don't like the finished piece, then that's on me because I guided them through this process. That is my fault. We have a happiness guarantee that is vague. It's the most vague thing in the world, a happiness guarantee. And I mean it. If they're not happy, then I'm going to go back and redo it, and they're not going to pay for anything twice. If they take one stone off of here, then I refund them money. If they add 2 stones, completely different ring, but with 2 extra stones, I charge them for the extra 2 stones. But what they pay for, I don't make them pay for twice. And I refund if we end up using less. But my whole point is, it doesn't do me any good to have a customer out there with a ring that I made that they feel about it. My entire advertising budget is into redoing work that a customer is not happy with. Because then they go out and they show everybody the ring and go, look what I had. I just love it. If every interaction your customer has in your town is, look what I had made, I love it. That's how you grow a business. That's my advertising budget. I don't do TV. I don't do radio. I do this. And in the Edge, that is one of my SKUs, making customer happy. And I can look at it, and it's not a lot. It's a lot less than buying TV time. I'll tell you that. I want to look at, because this is ideal that you sent me, correct? Okay, I do want to adjust my. Sorry, go ahead. Yes, but is it ideal for a diamond? Okay. Then I want to make sure I use these angles. So I'm going to move that from that point to there. We're offset by... Why can't I pick yours? Or maybe I was. Rotate off of 0 from there to like there. Lock yours, then take mine and explode. So I want to go back to just having this, all of these, this, and this. Am I missing one? No. Okay, I'm going to join that. Then take the rest of this and delete it. Explode this. Points on. And... oh, damn it. We've done surface from 4 edges. That only has 3. But all of that has 4. Most of these have 3. Just dupe your edges. Except I want to keep this. I want to keep that and then dupe your edges. That'll be the fastest way to get back. So unlock this. Dupe. That. 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 And that. It would be prettier if I could do it that way. Extrude curve, direction, project there to there, make it big enough. And I had extrude both sides on. Oh. Hmm. What's wrong? Parent intersections was not on. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now I just need to get my faceted edges back, which there's a curve tool. Number of sides, 16. Let's go to 32. Oh, 0. Number of sides, 32. Oh, this is not on 0. Maybe that's what I was having problems with. I'm not sure. 64. Why was that not on 0? Oh, I got it. Scale 3D. This midpoint. Why are you doing that? Oh, that's not going to match. That matches up there. Where is it not matching? It's covering it from edge to edge. I set Y, so it's specifically there. There's no history on this. Somehow there was history on that. Where is this not touching? Come back to that in a second. Object to split that with this. Why? What in the world? This is not a flat plane. Is that what's going on? I don't understand. It should just be a straight line. Can't calculate a straight line. This is this is garbage. I'm so mad. It's the simplest. Oh, the why? No idea. So, we're just going to delete this. We're going to grab this and try and trim that, which works. Okay. And we'll extend this with scale 3D off of that point. Take this and trim that. And it didn't. It's not doing it. Oh, yes, it did. Wait. I feel like I'm going crazy. Like I'm going right crazy. Oh. Those. Eight of those. All right, that was a very weird, weird little thing that just went on. Not sure. Set that layer to set that layer to gem. And then we've got one meta point there. We need one meta point there. Unlock that. That one's already where it's supposed to be. I'm going to grab the meta points and just make sure that the X and Y on them are at 0. And make sure that they are on meta. So gem done, meta done. The rail, we need a circle, 1 unit circle, and that needs to go onto rail. Okay. Use the restroom real quick. 5 minutes. The little boy, no one will see it. So I go fast when I'm making models. When I'm making templates and blocks, where I'm going to be using them, you know, the last set of blocks I used for 13 years. I worry about what people can't see when I'm doing this kind of work. This is very, I want to be precise. I spent extra time, you know, making this ISO curve go like that so it looks better. Because I'm going to be using this tens of thousands of times before I ever come back here and do anything like this nonsense again. Um, so yeah, I'm worrying intentionally about things that nobody will see because this is like one of the times where it matters. Okay, 5 minutes, and I'll be back. back on. All right. So that was very weird. I don't know why all that happened, but we need to pick up the pace if we're ever going to finish this. So for the seat, this is. This is fine. Um, this is fine. So, but we will use a revolve here. Project is not on, so we are getting the end snap. So that is going to go onto our surface layer. And I generally have like a fishtail layer for this fishtail cutter, but then that's just like one extra step in 3D Coat. I think, well, sometimes I do need to be an extra step in 3D Coat, but that's like the exception, not the rule. I think I rather just have different blocks. And I'm talking to myself because in my head I know how I use these things, and it's probably not going to be readily apparent to you guys. But you know, when you're making templates, when you're making blocks, you're thinking about the ramifications years from now, not just today. So this I can extrude, curve, solid both sides, and we just want to overhang the stone by quite a bit, I guess. Put that onto the cutter surf. Okay. And then this, I don't want to stick up above the stone, because if I need a pilot hole, this is what I would just grab and pipe. I don't want it to be up here where it would get in the way of like a layout curve. So I just want it to poke through the bottom, and we can set that to a Z of 0, and then just have it stick out here. Okay, so I am going to save, unlock everything. Do I have anything on hidden? No. Okay, so this is everything. I'm going to call purge. Lock no, delete, guess to all, purge. There we go. That's what I should have. Select objects, nothing on that layer. So we can do that. Okay. And then get it close for a picture. Save as. And this is going to go into blocks, and Leo, brilliant. Fishtail, because it's got the fishtail edge cutter. Now I don't need that for some. I'll delete that and say save as. Leo. Well, actually, I'm gonna copy this, paste it, cut it, delete this, paste. So I don't have the same. I lost history. I have history here. I do not. Why did I lose history? Update children wasn't on. God bless it. Probably did have history. Um, just didn't have update children on. Okay. Set that on the surf. Okay. So what I'm saying is, if I copy this, turn lock children off, paste it, and then cut it, what I did is I don't want to have the same object ID for every block. When you copy and paste, it's saying, oh, I can't paste this in because there's already an object in here with this particular GUID and this particular history record and this particular everything. So when you paste something in on top of itself, it will get new IDs. And then I'm taking those new IDs and cutting them out of the file so that I can delete this and then paste in the new version. And that way I won't have a file that's just a ton of the same IDs over and over and over again. I think that can be a problem. Let's put it this way. Rhino just became able to handle that with the copy paste history update. So I don't want to try, I don't want to push my luck. I want to make it easy for Rhino to do its thing. So this is save as, and instead of the fishtail, this is going to be a thread set, where we're just going to cut this little plug hole and the setter's going to cut the beads for it. Now that we've got that one, I'm going to make sure lock history, I have to turn lock history off so the cut will actually delete something with history. I'm going to copy this, paste it up, paste it, cut it, delete this, paste. And now I've got new IDs. So let's make this for a prong set. Set that Z down to there. And for a prong set, oh, let's do channel set. Yeah, let's do channel set. So I want that to be just above the girdle. And then I want this to come out to that edge. And this is going to be a channel set cutter. So save as Leo Brilliant channel set. Okay, and then for a prong set, I never want my cutter to go all the way to the edge of a prong. Basically, I want the bottom of half of this to scale 1D and go up. That. And then the whole thing, the whole curve, and scale 1D. And just come in from the edge so that I'm scoring the prongs. You can't really, this is something you can't do in a block. This is going to scale uniformly up with the stone. So at 1 millimeter, this will pretty much cut the entire prong. But at a 6 millimeter stone, this should just be at the point where it's scoring the prong and letting my setter know where level is on the prongs for when he finishes cutting the prongs. So for this, we'll say save as, and this is going to be prong set. Oh, we also don't need this curve. Save as Leo Brilliant prong set. My blocks here. So we've got channel prong I've also been playing with this idea. I'm going to take that and that, delete that, delete that. For meta, I don't want the top and bottom. I just want the rail and that. Copy, paste, cut, delete that, paste. I'm going to save this as Leo Brilliant Proxy. So there's a command in Rhino called replace block. If you just want to not have a bunch of stones in a file, you just want to have these curves so it's very light and easy to work with, you can just have a bunch of blocks of circles, and then when you're done and you've done all the hard history updating and it's ready to go, then you can call replace block and just take out all of these placeholders and put the blocks in at that point in time. So that is the proxy. Okay. Let's do a baguette cut now. And I'm going to open that file there. And I'm going to start a new file here because I want to get back to my default layers. I need to delete this. Can I delete it from here? Yes, that is definitely a bad file. Okay, and I say lock no. I'm going to delete that. We're going to delete that and just be left with our gems and cutter working layers here. Okay, so for a baguette cut, copy, paste, cut, paste. So this will be much easier to turn into a polysurf. Mirror that around. We grab this and say extrude curve. Both sides no direction. There to there. And extrude curve up. Grab the next one, extrude curve, direction this way, down past the next one, extrude curve, direction this way, and then take it down to the keel. I took it past, but I don't really need to, I guess. Lock no, trim. Stop, turn on, extend cutting lines. Okay, and then we do the same thing on the top. Oh, I just missed it by a hair. Extrude curve, direction this away to here, and then extrude curve, direction this way to there. All right, and oh, I missed one. Extrude curve to there. Set that onto gem. Select curves. Just delete them. And then we do need the rail. Dupe edge. And meta points. All right, on to cutters. So grab the rail, copy, paste, set to control, and then turn the gem off for a minute. On these cutters, I like to put a little fillet in the corner. Fillet curves with just the tiniest little radius. So on these, pretty much always cutting a hole in something. We're not doing like a prong set. So it just needs to be taller than the metal's going to be. And then we need another one, like, so we can cut a seat down in here. And I'm going to lock no, and scale NU, but I don't have a button for scale NU. So off of 0. So for the x-axis scaling, I want to bring that in to there. For the y-axis scaling, I want to bring that into there. So this is just for cutting the ledge for the stone. And then I make that fillet a little bit bigger. So fillet curve, and radius this time I'll do 0.15. But okay, and then I'll take, we can actually bring that down a little bit more. And you know what, let's just do this. Bring that up. Because I may want to be able to change this for some reason. So let's do a loft. Is it locked or something? Oh, it's just that color green. Let's see here. Straight sections. Lock no cap. Set on layer surf. Make sure those are all on control, which it looks like they are. Agate is done. Purge. Uh, Greg, on emerald cuts, are the dog ears supposed to be at like a 45? I know there's, for them to cut it into an emerald cut, I feel like they're trying to get around something on the corner anyway. So I know sometimes it's 50 degrees, 60, but is there like a standard? Okay, so that angle will change with the length to width ratio. Um, okay, so the long end, the pavilion gets too skinny if you. All right. So, uh, I'm gonna delete all of that and copy, paste, cut, paste. So, I mean, the like this angle here, vertex snap. Well, so here, but is it like if we have, if this is wider, right? If this is wider, no, I want to go skinnier. Okay, I hear what you're saying about this. You know, if you did a 45, there's not. Well, I guess these guys get to. Well, I guess it depends on how much depth you have. But you're worried. You're worried about this angle for a shallow stone, and you're worried about this angle for a deep stone. Like it could just. You don't want it to be vertical, right? And you don't want this to pass a certain point where there's just going to be no life at this end of the stone. Is that right? Okay, so it gets a 7 degrees steeper, 7 degrees steeper, 7 degrees steeper. So this is so it so this last window, if it's too narrow, if it's okay, because everyone has to shrink, 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 and then this becomes unmanageable. Okay. But that does, like, you can fix that though with, well, to a certain point. Like, this is, let's just say it's 45. I don't know what it is. I copied it off the other. But I mean, you can bring this up to, you know, you can keep the angle, but just change how long the ear is, right? But I've seen some dog ears at 50, some at 45, some at, and I was just wondering how much of that is they're just trying to cut around something. Like, there's a reason they didn't make this a princess. There was a knot right there that they're just trying to keep as much weight as they can. Uh, right. Okay. Uh, the dog ears being too wide. So I'm gonna just grab these real quick and then delete this mesh and then do do what we want to do with it. So if I take and just extend this out, um, yeah. Well, that was a junk mesh that I've always hated anyway. Um, but that's what I was wondering earlier when you said you bring them over. If you had like a, okay. Um, oh, what was this off of? Damn it. Oh, I didn't want to get rid of all the curves. I want to keep these parents. That way I can keep tweaking those. Damn it, why did it do that? It, oh, that's no good. Just can't use auto chain. All right, how does that look, Greg? I can still uh, any of these curves. Here's my construction corner. I mean, I can still move. Do I have update children off? No, there's just no history on blend surf. How I had it look fine. Okay. Well, so it's going to be one here. Here. I don't have history anyway, so let me just grab all this and join it. So it is a one. So a 2 to 3. 2. The number 2 to the number 3. 2 to 3. So we'll cap that. And uh, we'll delete the curves and then dupe edge and grab this whole edge for. All right, lock no, join, set rail. This point can now move to XY of 0, and then copy where we have a Z of 0, and then the top of the stone. Those all go on meta. Rail, that goes on gem. And for the cutter, I'm going to take this curve, copy, hide that, paste, and then do, I think there's a fillet corners, where I can say 0.05 and it just does all of them at once. Yep. But before that, make a copy down here and down there and one up there. Lock children off. So this one, fillet corner. Actually, we need to scale these two first. Scale NU off of 0 and the X side and the Y side, and leave Z alone. And this cutter's weird because usually you're going to like bar set the dog ears. So you don't need a pilot hole. You don't need really any of this cutter business. No, you really don't. I don't think I've ever used this cutter for anything. I mean, if anything, if I wanted to score the prongs, yeah, but the bezel I make open. I don't need a cutter for the bezel. I just need planes where the dog ears are and kind of what angle they're at. All right. I'm not putting a cutter in here. Deleting all that. That purge. We'll put our layer on gems. And save as Leo Brilliant Emerald. Save small. How about this, Greg? Would you send me a cushion and an oval and a marquee and a pair, and I'll do those off stream. Round is really the one that I need for today, because I don't think I have a template with an emerald cut. I have a templates with round, of course, but I don't think I have any templates for oval, pair, princess. Will you just send me the mesh and I'll make those whenever I have a spare moment, and we'll get on to templates? I'll I'll send you the list, but yeah, just oval, cushion, princess, marquee, pear. Isn't that all the shapes? uh, Asher is the octagon, correct? I don't think. Oh, it's a step square cut. Okay, which one am I thinking about? Where it's an emerald cut, but it's eight equal sides. I've never done a job with one of those, but I would love to one day. Um, just because having eight equal sides would, I think you could do some nice, like a nice Art Deco piece with it. Right. I think there's a name for it, but okay. Old templates. Let's do a bale. File new. Okay, so I usually build a bale out here, and the first thing I would do is bring in a uni degree 5 import file, and I need the profile for make sure lock is on, and then rotate this off of there down to there, and we just get a bale shape going. So I want like a 2 millimeter diameter opening just for like a standard bale shape. And this is the inside uh, of it. Okay, so I want a bale to comfortably fit a 2 millimeter opening, and then we go a little bit longer so that if there is a flat chain tab, you know, hopefully it can fit through too. Of course, I'll measure when I do the actual one. But that is our shape. And let's see, we can come out 5. 5 is plenty. 5 is plenty. And then I'm going to flow rigid through our magic mirror. And then I want to, for this one, I need to mirror it across here. Wait. This one I need to mirror. Undo that flow. I can take the original curve, this guy, mirror it across, and then flow that back. flow rigid from there to there. And then loft the two of these. So we're going to go righty, lefty, so we can get an outside facing surface. And I do want to see that that is an inside facing surface. So try that again. Loft from right to left. Okay, we'll go the other way with it. All right, now we've got an outside facing surface. That'll be good for, I'm going to make some layers here, and we're going to call this Bale Z. And up here, that surface is going to go onto surf. Duplicate layer. That is our control. Those are our curves. Add to group. That is our junk. Okay, so I can turn off curves and I can turn off curves and junk. Postman is trying to deliver something and we're closed. I'll wait. He'll be back Monday. I don't need anything this weekend. Okay, so that is going to be the flow surf for our bale. Now I'm going to put another surface. Let's see, so that's 10 wide. I'm going to put another surface down. Find a construction plane. There's one. 10 wide by, let's say, 15. And we'll do a dir on these to make sure that our directions are going the same way. So our seam is here. Next mode. Next mode. U's are facing the same way. These are facing the same way. Okay, so those are good. I need a what do I do? Because I may need to turn the jump ring, so I do a revolve for this one. So I'm going to put a curve like here, and then a circle here. So that circle, let's do 0.75. And then this is a, well, this is a revolve. There to there. So now I can turn it if I need to. I can change the size of that. Let's go ahead and flip that. That side. What'd I just do? Rotate. There to there. That's my inner diameter. That's my diameter. And that's the center axis. Okay, so these go onto control, set layer control. That goes onto surface. And now we need our profile shapes. So for the profile shapes, we're doing uni-axis symmetry, and we generally need one shape down here at the base. We need one shape. Let's see. If we set stones, we need a second profile right there. We need that same profile to be at the end. Well, we might need two. So I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to need 6 profiles. Yeah, I think 6. And I'm going to build them in place. I don't think I need to flow them onto here, because you kind of want to see them all lined up. So I'm going to grab uni degree 5 and drag that in. And then we'll move this there, there, and rotate it 90. Rotate it 90 again. Why is that snapping so weird? I only need one of these, so I'm going to turn off magic mirrors, but I'm going to need 6 of these. So I'm going to grab that and that, copy, and then I will paste 1, paste 2, 3, 4, 5, and the very last profile needs to be the same as the first because we're joining these up. So I'm going to copy. Let's see if I have this at the place that I want it. Move from here. Let's get it to start on there. Okay, so I need one more of these, and I'm going to copy it from this end to that end. And then we can't ever scale this, but I think that's fine. I don't think we're going to need this guy to be in the middle. Set Y to the middle, and then we can just distribute spacing automatic on the Y, and do the same. We can't do the same on the back end because we're missing one. I can throw one up there. Just nope, nope. Go up 15, and then we can grab these guys and distribute on the Y just to get even spacing. But I don't need this one on the end because we need the end to match the beginning for that point. So these guys are going to loft or flow rigid from here to there. And then, oh, we don't need the last one. We need select child, delete. We don't need the last one because it's coming around to me. We need I think that's it. Hold on, let me do a new file over here. Bring in the old veil template. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And over here I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why is this different? I think I have an extra one on here. I think this is fine. I think, yeah. Okay. So this one and this one, I want to group together so that when I'm editing those together. Those two group together. And then I do need this. I knew I needed it. Copy from there to there. Okay, and loft. Natural, loose. Okay, and it's backwards. Loft. Loose. Flow, surf from there to there. All right, and now we can make these actual size that we need them. So I'm going to bring this down to like 1. Got it while we're doing this. So on the very end, we want it to pinch. This group, that's our dead center one. Let's make it, we don't need it that thick, but we do need it to be wider. Okay, we can do, well, let's do this group. Now this group. Okay, and the one on the back side, All right, that's pretty much a bail. Uh, thought I'd like having these profiles where I could see through them, but I don't like them grouped. I don't know how useful this is, being able to see them like this. Could have done like a shank where we have the profiles just stacked up and we flow them on there. But and then if we get stones, the front ones get a lot thicker. We tighten up the corners so there's enough for the stones to sit on there. We're going to just try it with this for now. That goes junk. That goes onto our flow surf. That is our surface. That goes onto junk. These are our curves. That is our control. So here is where I do the save as and save the whip. And then I'll start deleting all these pieces. Delete. So I'm just left with this. I don't. What do I want to see? I don't want to see that child or its guides. They don't really add anything for me here. Maybe I do want to see the guide. We'll leave the guide on. All this flow stuff, I really just want the control. I don't really care about the surface. I'm going to put whatever they give me a requirement for the ID. I'm going to put a little guide right there. So I don't need that. And then I'll edit this until I'm around the guide. And then whatever they give me for the shape, if there's stones in it, I'll do that over here. I don't really need to see any of the junk. The curves can be locked. So I'm really just, I think that's it. So I'll come over here and actually this can come down. Let's see. Measure this ID 1.9. What do we do? 0.75. So that's like 20 gauge, I think. I don't like that this is in the way from me seeing it from this. So I can take this and drag it. Let's see, where is our base plane? That's 20. There's a 10. Our base plane goes to there. So this is open space. This is usually what I do. I put like I say, okay, I've got a 25 millimeter pendant. And then I throw it, instead of throwing it up 30 to that plane, I throw it up 60 because I generally need a lot more space. So that's kind of what I'm looking at from the side. And then I'll take, these guys, make sure lock is on. And then I'll just put that down onto the pendant. Oh, why'd that not update? Oh, I deleted Magic Mirror already. So Magic Mirror's broken at the moment. I need to undo. I need to open the whip. So let me do that again. So I'd have like a 25 millimeter. That's like a big pendant. And I take that up 60. And this is where I kind of work on the two sides. I'll work on it flat here and then make it dome shaped or whatever there. So then this guy is going to be right about there. This can come down. Well, that can be out and that can be in infinity. This guy too. He can be out in infinity. So this, I don't want to see, if I'm looking at it from the side, I want it to kind of be up. Move from, I think I have one more snap up here. Yeah, that one. Oh, the problem with moving that to infinity is this gets in the way. But if I rotate this 180, it puts all that junk up there. Okay. So now I can see the side profile here. I can see the side profile there. I can edit these curves, reset my layout because I opened a file and Rhino likes to reset layouts. I can see that. I can see that. I can see that and that. Okay. I like the way that feels like good ergonomics. So those can go away. Now we save as, save the whip, and then start deleting things. Gram P can go away. I already deleted base, so let's say purge and see what's left. We do have children. We do have bail layout stuff. Okay. And then we, oh, what don't we want to see? We don't need to see that surface. We need to see the control. We need to see those controls, none of the junk, lock the curves, and the surface is good. So when the file comes in, that's what we want visible. We don't need that. That looks too big. Okay. File, save as. And this is going to be R7 bail. To save small, I need to start doing save small every time. All right. There's a bail. Next. Bezel wire. That's a quick one. Let's do a file new. Save as template. So what did I say? Bezel. I really just need my bezel wire. Import file. I want to take that wire and copy, paste, cut, paste. I want to move this from here, and that first snap on this side is where I want to put it. I think layers, just call this bezel wire. That goes onto the bezel wire flow. That goes onto the bezel wire control. I generally make my bezels orange. I did the wrong one, didn't I? Orange. And bezel wire needs to be orange. All that can be deleted, purge. Save as bezel wire. And then we can go ahead and have a, oh, we need to link our, we need to link all of our new blocks in here. So I can come up here to geometry, blocks, drag, insert file, and embedded and linked. Okay. Okay. Insert, embedded and linked. Okay. Nope. Insert file. Okay. Linked. Okay. That. Reset the views. Save as. Template. Save as. Save small template. Okay. Save as template. Okay. Okay. Now we can do a, just go ahead and do a round bezel. Oh, bring in the bezel wire. And insert a round, doesn't matter. Do doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Grab one. Next island. I'm gonna put a circle on it. This I need to copy, paste, cut, delete, paste. So it has a different object ID, and we are going to flow rigid with stretch from this curve to that curve. Did we get it? No. This curve to that curve. That is going to go on to bezel wires curve. And then this just needs to go up until we hit. You know what? Take both of those and give them the same Z. Let's say 2. And now this will, if this is going to touch the girdle at 0, it'll touch the girdle at 0 over here. And then continue curve. Oh, a bezel, we'll probably want to make it a little over 2 millimeters. Something like this. And I'm going to say along this line. Okay, there's the curve. And then over here, we can just do a sweep 1. I'd revolve it, but if I turn this into an oval, I'm just going to do sweep 1. And it is too fat for a 1 millimeter stone. So let's see. What would be like our minimum size on a stone for a bezel? We don't put 1 millimeters in a bezel almost ever. I'd say like a 2 millimeter. So let's scale this, the size we're going to over the size it is now. Let's scale this. Let's scale align gumball. Let's take a look at this wall thickness. Make sure we're in the right ballpark. Millimeter, we can go thinner. Move this towards there so we keep that tangency. And then we can bring this in to there. I wish distribute worked on points. I would love to be able to grab points and say distribute, but it does not. We don't need that point there. So I'd most likely have something like that. And now instead of this being on bezel wire, we need a bezel curve, a bezel layer tree. And we would call it bezel Z. That goes on to bezel Z control. That goes on to surf. That goes on to curve. And these guys go on to bezel Z curves. All right. Save as the whip. Now we get rid of everything that comes with the file. I don't want to include the block in here. And the reason I don't want to include the block in here is I might update this block in the future. So I'll do replace block and put in a proxy, because this proxy is never going to get updated. It's just a circle with a dot, right? But I may decide that whatever block I'm using now, I may decide I want to change something about it. And then when you open this file, it's not the same block. When you drag it in, it's going to say, do you want to keep both blocks or the other? Like, I just want to avoid all of that, right? So I don't want to put a block in if I don't have to. If I have to, I have to. But then I'll just have to update it every time I change that block definition. I'll have to update every template that uses it. So make it pretty for the picture. Purge. Let's see, I think that got everything. We probably do want to see that. And I traditionally make bezels orange. I like having my layout be the same color as this, so when I'm looking for it, I'm not so much reading all these labels. I'm just looking under layout for the orange, and I'm looking under working for the orange. And now I have the layout pieces that go with those geometry or cutter pieces. So that's why I focus so much on getting these colors right. All right, so save as. We click the small button, and we've got bezel wire. This is just going to be bezel. We'll save it as bezel.round, but it can work for an oval because we can change that sweep shape. So I need a word for roundish. 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 So that way I'll know it'll work for ovals, whatever. Now we need one for emerald cut, which that's a little more difficult to do. But I'm going to open the whip back up because I don't need to start over. I don't need to start over. So, I'm going to do an emerald cut. I'm going to do a step cut bezel for this one. Anas has been working on one of these all week. But I think I need a cup of coffee real quick. So, why don't we take a 10-minute break? And I'll be back to do the step cut. All right. Put up the BRB sign. And we are back. Okay, so now I'm going to do for a emerald cut stone. And what I want to do, I should make a magic mirror child and guideline just to be able to drag in. That would be that'd be a good template. So I can just go to the front view here, put in a 1x1 surf, put a point in the middle, and we need a guide. Be 20 long. Okay. So that goes on to Magic Mirror Children. That and that point go on to guides. And then we can group point, one surface, one curve, group. And then I can just export this because there's no history or anything with it. And we can call this R7 Magic Mirror. Okay. So I need one of these, and I'm going to move this. Let's see. Let's use this spot. And I want to reset my viewports. Move this from the base up to 0. And I'm going to throw in a emerald cut stone that is, let's say, 6 millimeters. Sure, we're on that point. Okay. So what I need is I'm going to take and snap a line off of this midpoint. Oh, that's where we need the magic mirror. So we need 2 magic mirrors for this, I think. I don't know. I haven't done this with a magic mirror before, so I just need to think through. If I put copy and paste that and then move. What I want is for this to be on that midpoint and then be rotated. Let's see, that is -45. Okay. So I want that to be there, and then I don't need this. That's what I usually put in. So what I'm going to put in instead is a curve about like this. I want it to be on that corner, and then I just need a surface for that. So I'm going to break the history. Actually, I'll purge history. That has history on it. Why can't I purge it? Okay. Delete that curve, and then I'm going to flow rigid from here to here. And then on this side of it, I want to mirror and then flow this back. Flow rigid from there to there to there. And then these guys, I want this magic mirror to be like that, and I want to add an extra guide. Okay, I get a. Having a brain fart. I can't remember how to do tab. I can't remember how to do tab. I can do it on the keyboard, but I don't use the keyboard when I'm doing it. I use my mouse, and my tab hotkey is on. My tab hotkey is on here under Rhino. Right button. So tab right button. Okay. Say move, and I want to go along this line. Tab right button. Okay. I almost never, like, since I set up this mouth, everything is so intuitive. I almost never have to look anything up, but I just had I'm late having the coffee today. And add to group this one. Okay. So these, I want to flow rigid. No, I don't need to do that. I need, I can do that with the profile curves. Okay, so that bezel wire that we had earlier, I didn't change my, or I probably did change the color. I just want to move this from there to there. Oh, I moved the wrong one. No, that's the right one. This all needs to go away. Delete. That is delete. And then set the Y on this to be down here. Okay, so what I want to do is project this onto there. So I'm going to say project loose onto there. And then I can flow rigid from there to there. And this is, okay, so there's a bug in this, but if I select the points and project, I think it works properly. Project loose onto there. And now we get we get multiple part curve. So this is a bug in Rhino. They know about it. I reported it. They're working on a fix. I could have swore select points. Let me turn the points on and then say select points. And now try project loose. Now we get one. Okay. So I must have had the curve in with flow rigid from there to there. Okay, now I'm going to take both of these and use my magic mirror for. So flow rigid from there to there. And then we just need quad symmetry here, or bisymmetry. So I'm going to mirror across that plane. mirror across that plane, and send 3 of them back. Flow rigid there to there. These are going to go onto our bezel surf layer. You can turn that off. And now it's just a matter of loft. Oh, I don't need that one. That is control. So let's grab all of these guys and put those onto curve. Set layer, curve. And let's see if we can loft and it actually figure it out. Straight sections. Closed. Okay. And now that goes onto our bezel surf layer. We've got our, if this is a native cut stone that has a giant girdle, I can just do like that. And what the hell? Did I go past my plane? No, I'm within my plane. Okay, history's not updating the final point. The final point. So basically, all of these curves, they're breaking and going back here. So project loose is not going to fix this. So let me undo back to here. The other way I can do this, it's just project curves onto there. It'll make it heavier, but it's a single line. If I say project loose there, still making it heavier. Like it, I don't think there's a difference between loose. Loose is just broken. So I'm going to undo the loose and just use the broken heavy one. And then whenever I pay attention to every update that they do, I read the numbers and see if it's one that I've been waiting on, and I can come back and fix this later. But we're just going to have to go with this. So I don't really need, I just need the one surface here. Low rigid from there to there. Then I grab both of those curves, and we can go ahead and set them on the curves layer so I don't have to do it late again. And then we are going to flow rigid from there to there. And then go up here and do that again. These I want to stick on a junk layer somewhere. So let's give this guy, let's just say duplicate layer, junk, and tuck it away underneath there. And we can group it, because if we ever need to pick it again, it's because we're deleting it. So let's put that on there. These 3 need to go back. Did I do that? Gosh, I'm like, I feel sleep deprived, but I don't think I am. Just not thinking. Okay. Those can go onto surf. Turn that off. We can turn the control curve off. Now we can loft. loft, straight sections. Okay, put that onto surf. I like my bezels to be orange. I think we got rid of everything on there. We got rid of everything on there. So I would name this probably bezel Emerald Cut Z. Then I don't need to see the curves for the control. Now I can, oh, I turned snappy dragging on. And if this was like a native cut, I can easily just, bump that another 15th, 20th of a millimeter and have enough of a seat for it. I can kind of look at the stone and figure out what that angle is, although I really just want a short shelf. So if it's a deep stone, I can bring it down here. If it's a shallow stone, I can bring it up there. Generally on these, we would have it tuck in a little bit. And then depending on where, so this will control where my dog ears are. That's it. And it can move anywhere in the file. I love Magic Mirror. That's going to be a feature in Rhino 8. It's been one of my feature requests for years, but it's in Rhino 8. It works in Rhino 8, and I'm going to be going to Rhino 8 as soon as they stop playing around with the layers panel. That every update for Rhino 8, there's let's see if I can move this out to a new move tab, new window. We go to the Rhino 8 whip and just take a look at what they're fixing in it. Bug fixes. Layer. Column width did not stick when Rhino was restarted. Okay, that's not a big deal. But a lot of the bug fixes are panels was crashing when you resize a layer panel column. Like, all the commands that we use are the same in 7 as they are in 8. Only the new commands are like wonky and might break something. So I usually jump on the whip by now. But I don't think I can handle, because once I move to 8, it's very hard to come back. Like, I'll have to rebuild all these templates in 8 because I want to use their native mirror instead of doing this magic mirror workaround in 7. So if I move all my templates over to 8 and I get over to 8 and all of a sudden every time I touch the layer panel the Rhino crashes, I can't work like that. So in some ways it's fairly safe to work in the whip version of Rhino, as long as they're not redoing the UI. Redoing the UI, that's not good. But what they're doing is making the UI be the same on the Mac version and the Windows version, because right now the Mac is a little bit different than the Windows, and uh, they want to make it uniform. So they're using a new Ito controls that work on both Windows and Mac. So they're not using native Windows panels. They're using Ito panels, and I don't know how that's going to work. Ito is kind of it's a thing. It exists. Seems a little buggy to me. Doesn't seems to be missing a few features to me, but that's what they're doing. All right, so we've got this. I'm gonna save whip. Save as. Yes. Oh, so to use this, we're just going to scale the block to whatever it needs to be. So if I want to make this, let's make this 4.5 by 7. Okay. So you grab your control curve and you move that over to the girdle, and then this magic mirror and this you take and you move this to the midpoint on there. Now I would probably, not probably, I would measure how long my dog ears are, figure out what angle they are, and then, you know, have this match. Did I not hit that girdle? I did not hit that girdle. Move from there to that girdle midpoint, and then just make sure that this, I mean, you can oversize these so you're guaranteed to hit. Like, but that way if the angle on my girdle is a little bit different, you know, you put this on the center point of the dog ear, and then you can adjust the angle. So right now it's at based on a 45-degree angle. And if I look at this stone, it's not right. Why is it not right? This is right. Oh, because this isn't on that dog ear. Let me turn this off so I can see what the hell is going on here. All right, this needs to go on the midpoint. That needs to go on the midpoint, and then this needs to go to there. And then you can change set gumball. You can change the degree on this, which is going to affect this thickness. So if I change it, see how it got thinner right there? So you want this corner to be as thick as that made it fatter. You kind of want this corner to match up with the thickness over here. So that's just an eyeball adjustment. Like you're just going to rotate this until, I mean, you can measure, you want to split the angle, right? So you have an angle here. What you want to do is flip that 180. Okay. And then find the midpoint between, if I would have made each of these the same length, it would have been easy. So whatever angle this is, there's a math way of doing this. Oh, you can do an arc from that point to there, and then you can rotate this. You can eyeball it, or you can bisect an arc with, and I didn't have to rotate it around. I could have just had this back where it was, 180. And stuff is not lining up here. This is, what the hell is going on? Why can I not snap to the right place? Move to there. It's not at the right angle because I scaled this funny. Okay, now it's lining up. But what you want to do is bisect this angle. So you can just arc it from, you can just draw an arc off of that corner from there to there. And then you rotate this so that it's bisecting that arc. And then this wall thickness will equal that wall thickness. So that's how you change it. It's Yeah, I guess it is a little wonky. I mean, I've done it enough times that I remember how, but it is a little wonky to do. So I'm gonna undo that to get back to a uniform scaled block. Okay. And I should probably put in that arc uh, off of this point, and I want to go from there to there, and then make sure that that is on that point. Mid. Okay, and we can take and put that up here so you can see it, and put that onto like layer 0 maybe. Put that on 0 so you can see it in the file and remind yourself that you can use an arc. And then this magic mirror goes on that midpoint and is at the right angle, and then you'll have a uniform wall thickness all the way around. I've got that set for a native cut, which I want to bring that back down like about point. About there. Okay. So save whip, save as whip. Yes. And then delete the stuff we don't need. So all of that can go. There's nothing over there. Granddaddy can go. This is on that junk layer. So we can turn that off. We never need to see the curves. We never need to see the junk. Is the junk over here? That and put it on junk. We'll never need to see the junk or the curves. Really just you need to see the control. You need to understand this angle and those planes. So we don't need to see that junk. And when we first open it up, we don't need to see that at all. Over here, we'll probably have to touch the control, so we'll leave it up. All right. So that is the granddaddy, grandpappy. We'll delete that. We already deleted base, so let's purge. And I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this block because, again, if I change the block and then come back in here, it's just going to pester you with, do you want to update? Do you want to update? Do you want to update? You keep both blocks. So I'm going to say purge. Okay, we have the child guides. That looks like we did everything correctly. Lock layer 0. Save as. So this is bezel roundish, and we're going to say bezel EC. All right. Next, do we have another bezel we want to make? I don't do a lot of princess bezels. I guess it's possible. It's the same kind of setup we have here, only with less things. We only have one project corner, and then it's just 4. I guess I do bezel set baguettes sometimes, but it's usually just a bar on either end, not a whole bezel. Let's go ahead and do a square one while we're at it, while we're in the headspace for it. So I'm gonna open the whip. And we do not need this guy anymore. So I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna delete that and put in a princess. Insert, well, hold on. Let me delete all the things I don't need. I can delete that, delete that. We don't need this guide. We don't need this junk. We need this to be at a, reset my viewports. That bug is starting to really get on my nerves. Rotate this to like a 45. Then this is just a project. I don't want to reuse this one or this one because, so I'm going to say lock children no, copy, paste, cut, delete, paste. Okay, so this we're going to just project onto there. This is going to go onto our curves layer. Turn curves on. Select. Oh, goodness. Undo that project. No, leave that there. Select objects. Select objects. Delete. Okay, this guy. This guy is going to go onto the curves layer. Do we have junk? Select objects. Okay, that's all gone. Flow, surf, rigid. And then mirror, mirror. Flow rigid from there to there. Okay. Now we can group that and put it onto junk. And over here we can do loft. Close loft, straight sections, okay. And then put that onto surf. And so now you can, you know, if it's a little bit rectangular, all you do is drag this up. You keep the same 45-degree angle on the ends, and you'll have uniform wall thickness. And if it's wider, you just bring it out. But right now, I think it's square. Let's see. Line off of this corner, snap. Yep. So this is a square bezel. I don't know what size it is. I don't really care. Grab all that, delete. Grab Grandpappy, delete. Zoom in here. Turn off bezel flow. Say purge. Looks like we got everything. Save as. So this is bezel, and we'll just say square. Now, bezels for marquees and pairs, I am working on that. We did some interesting stuff last week, but I didn't like them when we got done. Anyways, I'm still working on pairs and marquees of having like a good template. Right now, I just make them by hand, and I mean, I'll reuse these parts. I'll do kind of like this, but they don't make great templates yet. I haven't found out a way to make them a great template. All right. What's next? Oh, do Shanks. We've got we did the comfort fit, but we've got cathedral, full, open, and regular. We can do. Um, and once we do one, the others are pretty quick afterwards. Oh, coffee. I'll new. So template. Let's make a shank. You got something? Uh, the my templates. Yes. So if you go to YouTube, so at the beginning of the stream, I talked about what happened. Um, hey, look, this guy's live. If you go to this guy's channel, uh, how to get and use my templates, the same thing will apply here. So what had happened was I had this really weird thing happen where my file sizes, so a 200K file just ended up being 30 meg, and then this other weird thing happened where on my machine, updating history, so this is Anaz's machine, where he was able to do it instantly, and on my machine it was taking 10 seconds to do a history update. So I had both of these things happen like the same week, and we figured out that I have my template files. I started building them in Rhino 4, and when Rhino 5 came along, I opened them up and said save as a Rhino 5 file, and then made a bunch of changes. And then 6 came along, I said save as a Rhino 6. So my files started out as Rhino 4 files that just kept getting saved over and over and over again as I made little tweaks. And somehow at some point, Rhino just stopped liking them, and things got real weird. So I am building everything from scratch, so I don't have any like 13-year-old files hanging around. So I took everything that was and I put it into old, and now I'm looking at it and building them fresh. Okay, so let's do the shanks. And I usually take this this point for it. So I need to start with a, what is the widest we ever let a shank get? Let's say, I think I was using 4x4, but Could have an 8mm wide. We almost never go. Let's make it 8mm wide. 8, and then the height on it is going to be 3. And I'm going to move that up from there to there. And then I need 4 of these. So I'm going to copy, paste, move that up. Copy, paste, move it up. Copy to clipboard should not be options, commands. Is it? No, it's not under keyboard. General. Never repeat these commands. I have copy in there, but not copy to clipboard. That's probably more important. Okay. So I've got that. Move it up. Copy, paste, move it up. And this last one, we do need that to be taller. So instead of 3, let's go up another 4. Okay. And then I want to copy all those and paste and move those. Move. Turn project on to. We just need to find a. There's an island. There's an island. I think I like this island better. And then unstack them over here. Move there. Quit snapping to random things. Okay, and let's see. Let's do. I know I want another one of these. And I need another one of those. Because my first and last profile, I double. I use it twice. That way, for making half of a ring, if the second profile from the ends is the same as the end profile, when you mirror that shank around, you'll get continuity there, at least tangent continuity. Maybe not mathematically correct continuity, but close enough. And then we need these 2 in the middle. So let's see. I'm going to move these down. How much space do I want it to take up here? And it really doesn't need to take up much. Maybe let's set the Y on that to be 15. Whoop. Set the Y to be 15. Okay, and then we can distribute these evenly between. Distribute spacing automatic on the Y-axis. Okay, now those are all spaced evenly apart. Yeah. Okay. Oop. So let's make some layers here, and this is shank. And I generally make my shank layer red. So let's recolor this. Shank, red, okay. And the shank flow. Shank, red, okay. And then under here, I'm going to need 2 of these. No, I just need 1. But this is the profiles. And this is the curve for the flow. So we're going to dump all of these onto the profiles layer. And then we need a curve that goes from here to there, and from there to there. And these are going to be our shank flow. And I want to try grouping this with this. That way, if I ever expand this, the shank will expand with it. I just need it to go from the bottom to the halfway point. So I'm going to try grouping that with that. I don't know how that's going to work when we delete the base plane. Like if it will come in already grouped. I don't know how groups respond to this whole copy paste history world. Well, I'll cut this. Cut. So this still is a group. Paste. Nope. Okay, groups are not. History will do, so I can't group that. Okay, now I need to grab in join copy uni degree 5. Bring this in, import it into the file, and we need to move this from this island. Why am I getting a weird O snap there? I just want to... What? Oh, that's the file. The file has a 45 degree built in. That island to that island. No, I actually don't want any of that because this is not the... I'll use these a lot, but not for this. I'm just going to bring in a magic mirror. Minus 15. Rotate 90. And then just get this way up here out of the way. And we can take this curve and like set the Z to be down here at the bottom. Set the Z to be on 0. The reason is I don't do this the normal way because each of these inherit the previous value. So let's do a polyline, and I need 1 to establish continuity on the finger. I need to start the corner, turn the corner, go up. So that's my bottom corner established. Now I need the top corner and then turn that over to there. Okay, so that's how many points I need. Move this over. Move this over. And then set the Y on this -16. And then I'm going to turn these off for just a second because if I click it one more time, I'm going to lose my mind. Points on. Set the Z on this to 1.8. And then soften up this corner. Minus 0.05 plus 0.05. Oh, whatever. We'll tweak it when we get done. But now I have this. I want to take this and flow rigid from there to there. Flow rigid from there to there. Flow rigid from there to there. Oh, I see. That's probably why I did them 4 millimeters each. Yeah, that's why I did them 4 millimeters each. So I'm gonna box set it these three with minimum Z and change the size of them to be 4. This guy I'm going to change to be 4 and move him up from there to there. Once I break this, oh, I got to do all these. Move there to there, move there to there. Actually, I'm just going to make that 3. Yeah, there's no sense. I'm never going to have a shank that's more than 3 millimeters at the 3/4 way mark. It's just the end of the shank that I might bump up. But even then, how big am I really going to make it? This is shank. This is our standard shank, not our open shank. Okay. And then those are already right, but those two need to go down to 3 for now. Okay, so I'm going to grab these, and these are going to go onto control, and then we're going to do our magic mirror stuff. Do the magic mirror magic, flow rigid from there to there. And over here, I have that macro that will do all the things. All right, now all of this goes onto junk. Set layer shank junk. The new, this is the new, that is going to go onto curves. Okay, now I just need to flow these onto the right planes. So this, and so I've been flowing rigid so it doesn't change. But when I come over here, I want to flow preserve structure. And the reason you would flow preserve structure is so that you can scale this guy. You can keep the shape, but you can make it bigger by scaling the target or the source. And we need the first 2 profiles at the end to be the same. And then this guy goes from there to there. This guy goes from there to there. And this guy goes from there to there and there to there. So if I flowed rigid, I could change this to another size and it wouldn't change. But because I did flow preserve structure, it doesn't change the shape of the curve. I mean, it doesn't change the overall shape. It just uniformly scales it in. What I use this for is when I have to, let me rebuild this to, let's see, I need the U to have more control points. Turn the points on. What? Oh, I need the U and the V to both have. Okay, so I can come over here and bend this. Bend this thing. Actually, if you grab the points, it's better. bend like this, and then have that profile that's pretty much the same shape, but now it bends outwards. I don't like how wide these are. Right now they're 8. I want to go to 4. So the size you want to go to over the size that it is now. And I did the wrong one. And then this will do the same thing. Okay. So I'm done with surface profiles for now. So we'll go ahead and do the loft. And click, 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 click. And we want this to be loose. And we want to make sure that we're looking at the outside of the surface, not the inside. So when we flow gems on it, the gems will be the right way up. Okay, so then we take our flow curve and we say flow curve. And this time I'm going to let it deform. So we're not going to use rigid, we're going to use stretch. We want to go from that curve to that curve. And then we're going to take this and flow rigid, no. Preserve structure, no. From there to there. So I would classify these guys as junk. So I'm going to put those onto the junk layer and turn the junk layer off. This is our finished surface, so that goes on the surface layer. And now the last thing I need is to extract an iso curve off of this line. And then what's the length on that? Length 33. And then put another curve like here. Doesn't matter because flow doesn't care which is start and end. 35 to there. So these are our stone layout. So under stones, I want to put a new layer called shank flow. And I'm going to put those onto shank flow and make that white. So we can go back to our shaded mode now. Did I do shiny? Oh, it's called shiny, but it's shaded. Edit. Shaded. That needs to be locked. Well, we're editing templates. We're going to delete it. So now we have a base and target curve for putting stones there. I think I will probably like make these a little closer to the ends and then redistribute these. I don't know what the exact on this is going to be, but I'm going to use it for a week or two, figure out exactly where I want these guys to be. And then when I feel like I got it really dialed in, I'll come back in the file and just tweak them. But that is shank flow. So let's organize everything. So first thing, save whip. Save as whip. Okay, now we need to get rid of all the stuff that is in our template to begin with. So that is our, we didn't add anything to layer 0, so that goes away. Our base goes away. Our grandpappy goes away. That looks like just the stuff that we built. Now I turn off things that I don't want to see. I don't want to see junk. Curves is fine. I don't want to see curve flow. Well, we just turn that whole thing off. I do want to see the shank flow for the stone layout. can hide that. Okay, make it pretty for the picture and do save as. And this is just going to be our plain shank. Do new file. Grab shank, bring it in. Can we change the finger size? Yes, we can. If I make this 2 millimeters tall, so right now it's at 1.8, I take it up 0.2. All those change to 2 millimeter thick. That changed to 2 millimeter thick. We have history flowing everywhere. We are good. Okay. So that's a good one. I'm going to open the whip back up because now we are going to do a different version of this same thing. And I don't need to delete all of these because we'd never use shank and shank full at the same time. This is kind of just a preference thing. But I need to delete that and that because I want to make new ones. I need to delete that. I need to take these profiles. I need a magic mirror. Let's get a new magic mirror in here. Import file. And move that from there. Somewhere on this line, doesn't matter where. Set Y to here. That's fine. Wait. What? I'm really getting confused by O-snaps today. Set my viewports. You know, it might actually be better to rotate this 90 like that. Okay. Turn that off. Grab these. Flow rigid there to the grandpappy. Okay. And then I want it to take those and mirror them. Do I not have one on? Oh, I don't have one on the end. Mirror across here and grab those. Flow rigid there to there. Okay, and I don't need to see the profile, but this set Y to there. And now do our loft again, which if I click on this side, I should get the surface seam correct. Yep, inside, outside. Then I want to extract an ISO curve off of this right there at the middle. And we can say, oh shit, I could do that. But then I might, flow regular, no rigid option, but we do want stretch from this curve to that curve. That curve needs to go onto our shank curve flow layer. And then this needs to flow onto, make sure preserve structures off onto there. Okay. This and this are junk. These need to be grouped and put onto junk. These junk, those are junk. I didn't group them though. Group those. we need a copy of this down here. So I'm just going to copy to there. And that length will now change when, if we ever change the length of this, all that will update on its own. And then we need to extract an ISO curve off of here. Toggle. That curve and that curve go onto shank flow. So let's see how we've got this. We didn't touch our profiles. That flow, okay, that's on the right layer. So we turn both of those on, but turn the parent off. We don't want to see junk. Curves are fine to see. That can hide and that can hide. We've got those curves organized. We did not put that onto surf. I guess shaded would tell me if things were where they're supposed to be. Okay, so here's where we save whip. And now we delete stuff we don't need. Grandpappy can go. This one surface, you know what, just delete here and then it's safer. Delete 0. Okay, we make it smile for the picture. And then save as. Save small. This is shank.full. Okay, so it's just a shank that goes all the way around. And we have one left, shank open. So I'm going to go back to the whip. Well, let's just do a sanity check that this one's working before we override our whip. So shank full, bring that in, scale for the finger size, that updates. Can we do something weird to this and it work? That works. Okay, so now we can get rid of our whip. File, open whip. Okay. I'm going to turn on these profiles. Grab those. And those, that can go in the trash now. This surface, we got to rebuild all this. That's trash. This lock, no. Set Y to there. Set X. Set X to there. I think so. Our first shape We need like one more shape. Yeah, I think we need one more shape here. I really want one more shape though. I know I want the next to the last one to be really tight. Oh, that's okay. I'm going to say divide and number of segments 2. Okay, and I'm going to take that point. I'm going to set it on 0. I know I don't need this right now, so I'm just going to delete that and lock 0. So later, when I save this as a template, I won't have to delete the 0 layer. Okay, so that's our midpoint. Now, how far to the midpoint do we want these to go? And the answer is something like this. Okay, and then we want these distribute. Oh, I need this one too. Distribute automatic spacing on the Y. Okay, so our next to last shape, flow surface, preserve structure, there to there. And our mid shape, preserve structure there to there. And this is where I don't know, like, I think I used the base shape. I gotta use a tween curve. I was trying not to use tween curves, but I have to. Or I'd have to make another, and I don't want to make another profile. That's going to go on to curves. Okay. Loft. Then we can do flow curve, not rigid, with stretch from there to there. And then flow surf there to there. Preserve structure was on. Flow surf, no preserve structure there to there. So now this last shape, I can turn lock off, and I can really make this flare right at the end. So this is the open, there's no built-in tangency to mirror it around the top. It's going to be open at the top somewhere. And I think that's like a good, how fast that happens depends on how close this profile is to the end. You can back it off and it'll gradually go up. But if it's right here, it'll give it that little kick, and And I kind of like the way that shape is. So I'm going to undo those. That goes on to set layer shank surf, extract iso curve from that midpoint. That goes on to shank flow, only this is shank open. The last one was shank pull, but I didn't rename it. Oh well. Not a big deal. Okay, so now let me save as whip. We don't need the base. We don't need granddaddy. That is everything that we do need. Make it smile for the picture. Save as, save small, and this is shank dot open. And we'll do a sanity check. New template. Grab shank open, drag that in, import file. Can we change the finger size? Yes, we can. Can we edit this profile? And they update all of them. Yes, they do. Okay, so I'm getting better. I probably don't need to use those whips anymore, but ooh. I'm just making one template. I forget all the things and make a mistake, and that whip comes in handy. Okay, so what else? We did all the shanks. The sprue. We need our sprue. So I'm going to open that in the old version, in my old file here. Select curves. Come on, dupe edge. Select curves. Copy, paste, cut, and over here, paste. Isolate. Oh, I'm not in a new file. File, new. Paste. Okay. Let's go over here and let's make a layer called sprue. Set that onto control. And we can delete that and delete that. Let's isolate this and start working. So this is how I make my sprue. Loft, and then we need to go counterclockwise, but from which direction? This direction, I think. Is this one open curve? Explode. Delete. Mirror that to the other side. Delete that. Mirror that to the other side. Do I want to save history on this? No. No. I don't. Rarely ever change this. Ungroup those. Loft. Okay. I do want these to be all joined up though. Okay. Loft. Curve. Seam N. Oh, these aren't closed. Lock off dir. Okay, those are going that way. Those are going that way. Let's flip them. Loft. Straight sections. Where is the dir? They're all going the same direction. What is the deal here? Ah, work that time. Straight sections closed. Okay. And then loft from there to there. And loft from there to there. Off from there to there. I want that seam not to be there. Lock off, join, cap. Mirror this to the other side. Then all of this, lock off, needs to be flipped upside down and moved from 0 to there. And then that's the base. I think I do minus 1.5. And then we take this and this and this. That goes onto the surface layer. Sprue surface. Those guys go onto the curves layer. I want to group this. Group and flow rigid groups from there to there. So now when our finger size changes, our sprue goes to the right place. That can now go on to junk. So we don't need to see our curves or our junk ever. I like the sprue colors, recolor layers. I like the sprue to be a pinky color. And make sure that was on surf. Yes. Okay. So let me measure the distance between there and there. Measure distance. Project there to there. 1.475. I'm going to bring in the shank, any of the shanks, and make sure so that's not quite touching. Okay. What a pain in the ass. I'll move it from, just want it to be like that far inside the surface. So move it like that. Take all that stuff, copy, undo, 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 where we dragged the shank in. Delete all this stuff. Delete, paste. Bring that shank back in. It should be intersecting at that much. Okay. So now we get this ready to export. Turn off the control. Turn off the curves. Just leave that up. We don't have anything on 0. Yes. We don't have anything on layout. I can't delete it yet. Purge. Purge. Yep, and now we just have the sprue left. All right. Make it pretty for the camera. And I'm going to skip doing whip this time. Save as. Save small. This is going to be sprue. Okay. What else? What else? Halo. I don't like my Halo template. I'll probably build that from scratch. We need to do a head. Need to do a head. Oh. And I'm kind of beat. Think, guys, should I keep going? Or what's today? Saturday? I could pick this up and do the rest of them tomorrow. I got heads to do. I've got prongs, heads. Maybe in the morning I'd feel like tackling the halo again. I think I have a better idea for halo this time. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it for today. And I'll start up tomorrow morning and do halo first thing. While I'm fresh and I'm thinking. Yeah. So let me get the notepad so I can remember tomorrow morning. 1.3. What is 1.3? Halo first while I'm fresh. And then let's look at what else we have to do. Head bi-axis symmetry with for roundish. And then head bi-axis square. Head emerald cut. Oh shit, and Oz, we got pods. Pods, prongs. Seats. Chain length guide. things to do in the future that I don't know how to deal with yet. Supports for 3D printing supports. I don't have a good way of doing that yet. We did bales. We did bezels. Cathedral shank. Kind of doing this by order of importance somewhat. I'll tackle all the heads at the same time. Not that prong or emerald cut head is more important than a prong. It's just when I start doing the heads, it'll be easy to knock all of them out in a row. Cathedral, prongs, multi-layer band template. Ooh, that is an old one. It's probably gross. So multi-layer band is, I'll have to show you. It's where you have like 4 different flow. Like we have a base flow surface. Multi-layers where you have 4 surfaces. I don't even know how to describe those rings. Did one for John. I think it was a few months ago. Shit, it might have been Christmas. It might have been a year ago. Can't find it. Anyways, I do want to have one of those. Okay, and these are things I don't know how to do. Thinking marquee, pair bezels, heads. I just haven't done enough of them to really figure out how to do it as a template yet. I still do those by hand. Our finger mate cutter. Centerline cutter. I want to have a centerline cutter. That should be more important and simple to do. Signet template. Okay, so tomorrow morning we're going to start with halos. Then we're going to do knock out all of our heads. Centerline cutter will be quick. Cathedral shank. I don't have a. I need to be thinking of a good idea for that. I think I have a good idea for halo. I know how to do these. I know how to do those. This is... I need to be thinking about that one. I know how to do it. I just think there's a better way than the way that I'm doing it now. Seats and pods is quick. Chain length guide is quick. Fingermate cutter is quick. Those are just kind of eh. And that. Okay, so that is tomorrow. Tomorrow. All right, guys. Well, I am going to call it here. You guys have anything you want to say before I end it? I definitely don't mind doing all this stuff. It was a little unfortunate that I have to, but I'm glad I figured it out. I have to do it now rather than December, because December this would kill me. I don't have a day in December that I can just sit here and do this. So, all right, I'm going to call it here, and I'll be back in the morning.